Ceviche.
Right, good day, ladies and gentlemen, legends of the highest regard. Welcome back to Microsoft Flight Simulator and our world adventure here with the Microsoft Flight Simulator, rather. More specifically, Cooking on the Fly, number 8, our Panama edition, even though we're starting in Colombia and finishing in Costa Rica. We're flying over Panama, so unfortunately it's going to be kind of a thing here in Latin America because the countries are significantly smaller. We may not necessarily be cooking the food from all the countries that we visit, but that's not a problem. So, what have we got? Well, if you put in !COTF into the chat, the bot will tell you, but I'll give you more of a breakdown on what we are looking at cooking this evening. So we're going to be doing a snapper ceviche, but I'm going to actually be char grilling just the outside of the snapper to just provide an extra element of flavour. Now that is not anything that you would usually do when it comes to snapper. There's no question of a doubt surrounding that, but yeah, I just thought I'd, it's just something chefy, something different, something abnormal that I thought I would add in there. We're also going to be doing a pork guacho, which is actually very similar, or you could almost refer to it as a Panamanian version of a risotto. Now, it doesn't use arborio rice, it uses normal, everyday, long-grain rice. The dish also uses a few ingredients that you cannot actually access in Australia. However, these ingredients are readily able to be replaced with various other things that are very similar. For example, you can use potatoes instead of yucca. Yeah, so really easy stuff like that. So it's going to be dish number 2. Then we're going to be making Holjadres, which is Panamanian flatbread that is cooked in a pan. It's rolled quite thin, so it can be served savoury. It can also be served sweet. We're doing it sweet. So we're basically going to be cooking it both sides, pulling it out, dusting it with cinnamon sugar. The dough itself has cinnamon and nutmeg in it as well. Now, the dough for that is already made simply because the dough actually needs to rest for 24 hours. But don't stress, I will run through the information about how I came to that position with the dough, etc. And then our drink of the evening is Chicheme or Chicheme. I did a lot of Googling. There was a little bit of, nobody could really tell me how it was pronounced. So I'm just going to go with those two because they seemed the most common. So that is a dish that is made with condensed milk, or in this case almond milk, cinnamon, nutmeg, as I said, condensed milk in there. It's also got vanilla and corn. Now, the corn is, like, chicheme is actually a way that they do corn in Panama. Again, can't do that here in Australia. So I've decided to chef it a little bit again, because of course I have, because, you know, fucking chef tosser. So I'm going to actually char grill the corn on the barbecue. We're going to infuse the corn flavour into the drink, and then I'm actually going to strain the corn out. So what we're going to end up with is a spiced, sweet, creamy, liquidized drink that has a smoky background element to it. And then to just really kick it off, and this is by no way means traditional for this drink either, I'm going to be putting some spiced rum in there, because why not? Who doesn't like a bit of alcohol in their beverages? So that's a good rundown on what we are actually going to be getting together and cooking this evening. But first things first, we have a Trinidad that needs to be put up in the air and under control by the autopilot before I leave the damn thing alone and go try and cooking, because otherwise I'm going to complete a controlled flight into terrain. Something that I would like to avoid if I possibly can. But before all of that, it's time to say hello to some people who have joined us this evening. So, we have Metas with us this evening. Metas, mate, g'day, welcome to the stream. Are doing very, very well. Garwin is here, he says good morning / evening. Garwin, mate, welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing very well as well. Mr. David Jacko says, what's up? Yeah, well, Dave, I already know you're doing well, because I've been speaking with you in the Discord for the last 3 hours. So, yeah. Brett Plays says, nothing, just chilling, drinking a Bud.
You know what I like to do to her?
Like
something I call it dirty fuzzy.
Bud Light or Bundaberg rum. Anyway. Brett, mate, welcome to the stream nonetheless. William is here. G'day, William. How you going, mate? Nels? One of those, hopefully. Otherwise, my bad. Either way, welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing fantastically there. Mr. Calling Pigeon is here, and he, as usual, he says, bon appetit, pilots. Well, unfortunately, the only pilot who's going to be bon appetiting this evening, Pigeon, is myself. One day we will definitely get the opportunity to hopefully involve a few other people. Drew is here. He says, this sounds like 8-inch screws. I think I know what you're getting at, which is 9-inch nails. Yeah, it did actually a little bit, didn't it? But either way, Drew, mate, welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing fantastically. And as I said, no banning going on over here, so you're in a safe environment. Clive Hawker is here. He says, good evening, Clive, mate. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing well. Stu is here as well. So is Tony. And so is Inspector T69. G'day, gentlemen. Hope you are doing very, very well. Black Evo is here as well. G'day, Black Evo, you dirty slew of a man. Hope you are doing good. Well, fantastic. All of the above. I don't know, I'm just trying to mix up the words. Keep everybody sort of like, is he going to greet everybody in the same way? Yes, I am a robot, excuse me, whilst I just push the next button. Wes is here. He says he thought he would pop in before he fell asleep again, since YouTube woke him up, should I say, with this stream. He says he hope it goes well, and there's definitely some awesome food. Wes, mate, thank you very much for popping in. Much appreciated. You make sure you get some good rest, you old man. And yeah, have a good sleep. Best wishes for tomorrow. Of course, how could I have forgotten that? Icelandic Warrior is here. He says, good evening, Bryce. Icelandic Warrior, mate, welcome to the stream. Pleasure to have you here. Hope you are doing pretty good. Very good. Fantastically. Whatever you're doing, I hope it's pleasurable. Jesus, that's... Just disregard that last bit. Blue Dog says good day, as does Aaron B. Both of you legends, welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for being here. Hope your day has been acceptable or better. Who else have I got here? I've got, Mr. Clocked. Mr. Clocked, and he's right on time. He's checked in and he's here for some food, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to taste it. Clocked, unfortunately, mate, I wish I could feed it to you through the screen. But either way, thank you very much for being here, mate, and welcome to the stream. Anthony V says, "G'day, Bryce L." Anthony, mate, welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing very, very well. Pleasure to have you here. Two Mops says #1 chef and that his mop is getting wet. That's hot. Make it wetter. That was very cringe, I'm aware. But welcome to the stream, Two Mops. Thank you very much for being here. Right. Gives you douche chills, Drew, does it? I see. Clock's going to lick the screen and use his imagination. Okay, I'm glad I'm not there to witness that because... yeah, slightly weird, but appreciate the action nonetheless. Don't know if action was the right word choice there either. We're going well so far. I think we've already been marked as probably should not be streaming on anywhere except Pornhub. But anyway, my bad. Right. Did I miss anyone else? If I did, I'm incredibly sorry. There's just a lot of people in the chat right now.
You know what I like to do to her?
So,
I call it dirty fuzz.
Unless something's gone incredibly wrong, I think we are triple streaming this evening on YouTube and Twitch and Facebook Gaming. However, it wouldn't surprise me if the Facebook Gaming is still not working. I'm hoping it is, though. I'm really hoping it is. So, I now need to make the propeller on the front of this thing turn round and round in circles, preferably. So we're going to do that by applying power, and then we're going to do that. We're going to turn the fuel pump on, or we're not going to get very far at all. We're going to get a few stutters, but that's okay, as long as we don't get a CTD here from Microsoft Crash to Desktop Simulator. There we go. Make sure the fuel is open. We'll get a few more stutters just for good measure. Throw the parking brake on. And then I think we are good to turn the key. There we go. There we go. Yes, 20-minute pre-flight, Shane. I only do half the pre-flights that you do. Right. Flaps in. No, that was the wrong button. There we go. That's better. Rightio. Now, we need to find the runway, which sounds incredibly, you know, to the passengers, when the pilot comes on and says, I need to find the runway, I would probably be looking to get out of that aircraft sort of ASAP. However, you're all stuck on here now, so if I go down, you're coming down with me. Right, so the active runway here at Barranquilla is runway 05. So I'm going to go to runway 05, obviously. Which means I need to go... Yeah, bugger it, I'll just figure it out as I'm going. What can possibly go wrong? Alright, so... And then once we get to the hold short point of the runway, we will set up the autopilot. What kind of speed do I get from this thing? Blue Dog, it depends on the altitude that we're flying at, but anywhere under 10,000 feet, we usually get about 170 knots ground speed, give or take. It tends to struggle once you get, or struggle a little bit more, should I say, once you get sort of to the 16,000, 17,000 feet mark. However, it will go all the way to 25,000 feet if required. So I'm just going to assume that the people who are already on the runway are on the right end of the runway. No, that would be an unsafe option. They are, well, at least according to the weather that I'm receiving through my little nav maps. Right, so Brett Plays is now following on... where? Oh, on Facebook. Holy shit. Okay, so it's working on Facebook. That answers that question. Right, cool. Brett, mate, thank you very much. Much appreciated. Right, yeah, so we need to go this way. Also, right, I should probably play some background music whilst we're doing this. I'm looking away from where the aircraft's going, so this could end really badly, really quickly. No, it actually went surprisingly well. Okay, it's good. What is my Twitch gimmick? It's just twitch.tv/justsomaussiegamer. If you put !Twitch in the chat, Drew, it'll come up. I just need to do the Facebook one now as well. But yeah, thank you very much for the follow on Facebook, Brett. Much appreciated. And honestly, I don't know why I'm actually taxiing to the end of the runway here, because the Trinidad does not need all the runway here at Barranquilla. There is no live video on Facebook at the moment, though. Okay, that's not what Facebook tells me. I'll try and sort that out as well once, once I'm over at the runway here and sorting out the autopilot. That's very, very weird. Yeah, Captain Aaron B over on Twitch with, oh, Twitch is so much better. Yes, it absolutely is. Now I remember what I'm missing from this stream. I don't have the chat box on my cooking on the fly thing yet. Right. I need to somehow fit that in somewhere. I don't know where exactly I'm going to fit that in, but I need to fit it in. Alright, so we'll pull up here behind Fozzie and Jacko and Medders, sort out the autopilot, and then try and figure out what on earth Facebook is doing. Gowan says, sorry, I don't know Facebook or Twitch. It's not a problem, Gowan. I stream on all three platforms so that people have a choice based on their preferred platform. And we have Drew with the follow over on Twitch. Thank you very much, Drew. Much appreciated. Alright, so... okay. Okay, I'm not sure what's occurred over on Facebook. Obviously, I need to do some more tweaking over there. It's not 100% foolproof yet, so looks like we're not going to be live on Facebook this evening, but that's further progress than we've ever made before with the Facebook stream to actually even get it to talk to Streamlabs. So we're heading in the right direction, so I'll take that. So the MSA for today's flight is 5,000 feet. I'm going to go for 8,000 feet as our altitude of choice. So that's all sorted. I'll get the camera in position, and I think we are good to progress forward onto the runway. Willie says, hey Bryce, Happy New Year. Back in a couple of minutes making coffee for the wife. Not a problem, Drew. Willie. Too many people. Thank you very much for being here. Much appreciated, Icelandic Warrior. English is not going to happen tonight, so apologise for that in the first place. I'll do my best to interpret with the hands where possible. Icelandic Warrior says, U-Bend is a good channel for me. Sure. Right, let's move forward onto the runway and get this aircraft up in the air. So we have a stop this evening at a halfway point in Panama City itself. So the aim this we're going to have to do things in a slightly abnormal order with the cooking this evening, just because of the way that things progress. So the first thing we're actually going to be focusing on is the pork guacho, because that is the longest thing. It requires us to cook rice and all that sort of stuff. And the last thing that we will be doing is the ceviche, because that is literally a case of cut up the ingredients, char the snapper, cut the snapper up, put it all in a bowl, put some lemon juice and stuff in there, mix it all together and eat it within about 10 minutes or the fish starts to go really tough. YouTube is working good. Hey, you know what? I will take where I got with Facebook today. The fact that I even managed to get it to speak to Streamlabs. Oh wow, Jacko just fell out of the sky. R.I.P. Dave. R.I.P. for that one, mate. Hopefully somebody on YouTube or Twitch was able to just clip that. Even though it's very much in the distance, there will be a way to somehow turn that into something funny, no doubt. Alright, let's bring up the gear. And let's hope it actually comes up this time, because the last two flights we've gone outside and then it starts to come up, which makes no sense whatsoever. Alright. So we are looking for, because I don't trust the old school autopilot in this, we're looking for just over 1,000 feet. Usually you'd be looking for 500-ish feet before you start playing with the autopilot. But do let me know how the sounds are, my voice, whether the sim's loud enough, how the music is, and then I'll obviously get you guys to just let me know again once I'm set up behind me in the cooking area. Brett says, have not seen any chat here on Twitch. Is this thing working? Yeah, I'm getting chat from the others, Brett, so that's really weird, mate. I'm not sure why that's being a prick for you, but there you go. So we'll go up at about 500 feet per minute here. All the flaps up. Let's get the propeller to 2,500 RPM. I love this plane, Drew. I'm so glad that you got me to fly this. We'll pull a little bit of mixture out as well. We are a little bit low to start playing with mixture already, but we're obviously going to be going to 8,000 feet, so... Alright. There we go, Barranquilla. So many people in the air. So many people in the air. I just realized my webcam on this live stream thing is huge. I need to reduce that in size massively. Not that I spend too much time in this camera view setup for these streams, but I still need to alter that, because that's, yeah. UBEN, the plumber's alternative to YouTube. Okay. I see, Icelandic. I see. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, I agree, William. The cockpit view, unfortunately, is not the best, but everything else about the aircraft is just fantastic. Alright, so we appear to not be falling out of the sky or doing anything crazy like that, which is good. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to do the preview. So slightly different preview. Oh no, hang on. Let me try again. What I'm going to do first is I'm going to switch over to the other camera view. Then I'm going to give you guys just some photos of this evening's dishes that from when I did the testing and pre-cooking. Then I will disappear, get sorted into the chef's uniform, and then I will reappear behind us, ready to go. So 2 seconds, we're going to do some camera stuff. Right. So now you get multiple camera views here, ladies and gentlemen. So now I'm going to just mute myself. Sorry, I'm not going to mute myself. What am I talking about? I'm going to bring up the images and you can get a sneak peek into what this evening's food is going to be. Right, so there is a preview of the ceviche that I did. My online transmitter is not connected, it says calling pigeon. Right, I'll get that to that. So there's the chicheme, or the kichime. So as you can see, that's still got the corn in it. That's the guacho, so as you can see, it is sort of risotto-like. There's just a lot of ingredients in there. And there is the cinnamon and nutmeg Holjadres. English is, well, that's not actually even English, is it? What am I talking about? Cool. Alright, so now we're going to be right back and I will return in the chef's uniform and stuff in position ready to go. See you all in a moment.
Madrugadas y hermosas conversaciones. Se volvió ese chico
Alrighty, so starting off with the Guacho. So the first step of the Guacho is actually going to involve me using the third camera. Now those might be wondering what the black screen in the bottom left is.
What the fuck is this?
Icelandic Warrior and Edwin Molina with the subscriptions over on YouTube. Thank you very much. Much appreciated, both of you legends. Really, really appreciate that. Yeah, so as I was saying, so we're going to be using that third portable camera down the bottom. So that black screen that you can see is actually our portable camera. Now that doesn't have audio, so usually before I go to use that, I give a general rundown of what I am going to be doing, and then you get to see it occur. So the first part of the Guacho is to get the rice cooking. Now I've got rice cooker inside. Uncle Roger be very impressed with me in that regard. So basically, you're going to come inside with me, we're going to put some rice in the rice cooker, and then you're going to come back outside with me and we're going to slice up the rest of the ingredients for the Guacho. So, there we go. Alright, so you know what I'm up to.
Fuck me! Shit!
Alright, so as you can see, now the ingredients are into the rice cooker. That's a lot of rice, so that'll take probably a good 15 minutes or so to do. And then I'm just going to leave that on the keep warm setting until we're at the point where we actually need it, at which point I will bring you back inside, we'll go collect it, we'll get it going. Now, we might need to actually cook the guacho on the stovetop inside. We may also be able to get away with using the barbecue as a stovetop, because this electronic stovetop that we've got behind us, it requires certain bases to actually register. Because of a change of equipment recently, those who follow the channel more regularly will know why. I may find that some things don't work on that at this point, but that's not a problem. It's an easy fix. It just requires a bit more camera work. So, I just want to make sure on my notes that we're all good with the guacho, but it is onion and garlic and capsicum and celery and all those wonderful things fried off. So usually you would use salted pork, However, because I like to obviously make these cooking on the flies very, very, very inclusive for everybody, I've actually decided to use a pork sausage because obviously pork sausage is already relatively salty, relatively flavorful. It is very, 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 very budget friendly. So I've gone with a pork sausage. Again, that is not traditional, and you can obviously go through the process of salting your pork in preparation for this if you would like to, but this is just sort of to say that, hey, anyone can do this all around the world. You just need access to similar ingredients to what they call for. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put all of these ingredients in the bowl, check to see if the pot works on that thing, check to see if the pot works on the barbecue as the heat source. If it does, we'll go with that. So, for the guacho, we are going to need capsicum. So we'll grab the capsicums. More capsicum. Now, you can obviously use normal onions. I just had some pre-sliced diced onion in the freezer, left over from when I was working, and I was, I like to do things sometimes and have things sometimes in the freezer for when I'm lazy. So I figured I'd best use this. Now, obviously, as any other time, I would obviously prep my own onion from scratch, but already got it. Why not use it? Food waste is a bad thing, etc. Yeah, I know, Fozzie. It's not something I stand by and would regularly do, but I would hate to have it sit there and get freezer burn and go all shit and then me not want to use it. I would rather use it. So, oh yes, I do apologise. In Australia, a bell pepper is called a capsicum. Same. I need to remember that because I don't always remember that. You know what, I might actually put the ingredients that I'm setting up over here so that it doesn't sort of hide the chopping board from view. That's It may look like there's a daunting number of ingredients here, but trust me, once I get into it, it is an extraordinarily simple and straightforward dish. Now I'm going to, just because I've got some jalapenos that need to be used, I'm going to throw some jalapenos into the guacho, and because I really like chili. This is not part of the recipe that I did. This is me getting, using ingredients that otherwise are going to go bad if I don't use them. And I want to stress that that is something I really, 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 really encourage, especially when it comes to things like garlic and onion and fresh herbs and spices and chilies and stuff like that. If you have those sorts of ingredients, feel free to add them to most dishes. They're going to complement most dishes, whether it's rice, whether it's pasta, whether it's, some sort of steak dish, etc. Never be scared to add sort of those base ingredients to most dishes. 99% of the time, it's going to turn out great. And helps to avoid food wastage as well. So, grab myself old trusty kniffy, or knife, and a bowl. Alright, I'll grab both bowls because they're stuck together. I've only got two hands. There we go. Alright, so into that bowl, I'm just going to empty the onions. So we're going to want to start with a base. So that base is going to be the onions, the garlic, the celery, and then once that's fried off for a bit, I'm going to add the capsicums or the bell peppers. So into that I will put, so I've got, usually in my fridge, just because again, working as a chef in hospitality, sometimes I won't be eating any food at home for 4, 5, 6 days in a row because I'm just at work the whole time. So in the same way that I like to keep some frozen veggies in the freezer, I like to keep jars of high quality crushed garlic in my fridge. Again, that just means that in these cooking demonstrations, I won't necessarily always be using fresh cloves of garlic because, where did I put that? So I'm a garlic fiend, so please disregard how much of this I'm putting in. For the rest of you, you know, if you're using a high quality crushed garlic, depending on how much you're making, obviously go related to your tastes. But say you were following the recipe that will end up in the recipe book, you're going to look at probably around 2 teaspoons or 2 to 3 cloves of garlic probably would be good as well. What is this? With the subscription, thank you very much, mate. Much appreciated. Really, really appreciate that. Welcome to the Legends of the Highest Regard. Alright, so excuse me while I just ward off all the vampires in the general area with 3 heaped dessert spoons of garlic. I promise you, I'm not weird. That was a lie. Alright, and then to that, so I'm going to break off 5 or 6 stalks of celery, simply because this celery is starting to go a little limp, and I obviously want to utilise it as quick as possible. And of course, being celery, high water content, I can cook it down, reduce it in size, and it's not going to make a significant impact on the end product of the dish.
High five!
So I'm just going to top and tail the celery, take off the leaves at the closest point that I can, and obviously take off the end bit as well because we don't really want dirt. You need to get down, Star. We don't really want dirt in our dish if we can avoid it. You know, it's not really the tastiest thing. Take off. So let's talk amongst yourselves whilst I do this bit, because and then obviously all these ingredients straight into my little composting bin that I have here just off of screen view. And then it goes straight into the backyard and straight into the compost. Because again, food wastage is bad. I didn't notice that Sean Dale commented over on Twitch and he says he's come over to the dark side. Don't know if I'd call it the dark side. I mean, I guess purple is technically a darker colour than red. Now, once I've topped and tailed this celery, I'm going to put our big pot on the barbecue and see how that goes. Oh, calm down. It's just the wind. It's okay. Because and then if it doesn't work over on the barbecue, I will try the electronic stovetop. I just obviously like the flavour that actual flame imparts into dishes as opposed to electronic induction. And if neither of those work, well then we're going to be venturing in and out of the inside a little bit. So again, with the recipe when it goes up on the Discord and also when it comes out in the recipe book that I'm working on, the amounts are going to be significantly lower than what I'm actually doing this evening, and that is simply because you can only sort of buy ingredients in certain amounts, so I have to adjust my recipes usually to the size of those amounts, and it's usually significantly more than what any normal person's going to want to do. I will end up, usually with these dishes, I end up passing to family members, friends, freezing some for myself as meal prep, etc. And then you're just going to want to slice your celery. I might do this more than one celery stalk at a time, because otherwise I'm going to be here for another 400 years. And I also probably could have gone with a slightly bigger chopping board. Now, before I go any further and keep just cruising along at my merry way, I'm going to put that pot on the Weber and use it as my stove top. So, then I'm going to just pop some oil in there as well. Right, come back, keep chopping. Just going to concentrate for this little bit just to get it done as quickly as I possibly can, so that you guys don't spend half the stream watching me slice celery, because I guess you could call that a celery sacrifice, but not really the one that you necessarily want. Maybe a little bit too loud on the trestle tables that I have here. I might not be able to get away with doing that one, unfortunately, as it is obviously a much quicker way to go about it. Catch you later, Shane. Have a good one, mate. Thank you very much for jumping into the stream. Much appreciated. Really should have picked the one of my bigger chopping boards for this veg prep task, and in fact I might swap to the bigger chopping board for the rest of the veg prep. Come back to these smaller ones when I'm doing the smaller items. You just got PTSD from the machine gun knife work? Why is that, Black Evo, or do I not want to know? Alright, so our onions, garlic, celery in the bowl. Now, I'm going to go and just throw a piece into the pot. Check for the sound of the sizzle, so you want to hear a little bit of sizzle. If it's good, I'll throw the rest in and we'll start stirring. Once it's all stirred through, I'll bring the portable camera over and you guys can get more of a top-down view of what's occurring in the pot. We good. We got sizzle. Now I obviously have to be careful with onion in the vicinity and garlic in the vicinity, especially in these quantities with doggo hanging around, because both of those things are significantly detrimental to the health of the dog. I don't really want to have to stop mid-stream for a vet run. So, grab the portable So as you can see, it's just a nice combination of onion, garlic, celery. That's just going to sort away now in the pot. Metas says knife now needs resharpening. Not at all, because the chopping board is the correct item, product, material, meaning that I can do that and not cause damage to my knife. Obviously, if I do it prolonged, it's going to obviously shorten the amount of time between it needing to be sharpened, but it's not significantly detrimental. It's not like I'm doing it on a glass or a metal chopping board where I'm just literally screwing the knife blade as I go along. So we're just going to swap to the bigger chopping board for the rest of the veg prep. Right, that's better. So, this is where I do the capsicum or bell peppers, and this is also where I do the potato, and the potato is the replacement for the yucca.
You surprise me to how shit you are.
Which is a South American root vegetable, very similar in size and shape to a sweet potato, but the flavor profile of a very earthy style potato. Probably the closest you could actually find would be like a purple yam. If you can find purple yams, that's probably going to be closer to what you would be looking for this dish. So we'll obviously dispose of the middle part of the capsicum because unfortunately that cannot really be consumed. It's a little bit weird tasting, but as I said, goes straight into compost, so technically no food wastage as such, or very little food wastage, which is of course extremely important in today's day and age. So we've got a combination of green and red capsicums or bell peppers. This is also where I'm going to do the jalapenos that are not technically part of the dish but that desperately need to be used. So this is the most prep intensive and cooking time intensive dish of today's stream. So there'll be a lot more cooking side of things once I get this done. Oh, that pepper's got a little bit of not so nice on the bottom. That's a shame. That off of there. Just make sure that I'm not including any or too much of the white. And one of the other important things that I usually make sure I do with capsicum is make sure that all the seeds are gone. Not for any other reason than the fact that if you're cutting away on a chopping board which may have a few capsicum seeds just laying around and the knife blade hits them in a certain fashion, it will cause the knife to slip and you risk cutting yourself. So I just like to try and avoid that by making sure that there is no seeds actually attached to the capsicum. Chili seeds are slightly different. I find that they're a little bit easier to slide the knife through, a little bit softer. Yeah. And just go, and then we just get to go through and slice up all our capsicum slash bell pepper. So just now, the room is starting to fill with the wonderful smell of onion and garlic and celery just frying away over heat. And there's also obviously the smell of raw capsicum, which whilst not intense, is is this nice pleasurable sweetness in the room as well that I can smell. It's quite enjoyable. Much easier I've made my life a lot easier by selecting the correctly sized chopping board for this. Who'd have thought? The correct tools for the job results in an easier job. Groundbreaking evidence being found in these streams here, ladies and gentlemen. Groundbreaking evidence. I promise there's not going to be too much more cutting involved here. Let me know, guys, would you like to, in the future cooking on the fly streams, if there's a lot of veg prep, slicing and all that involved, would you like to see stuff already cut up? Or do you enjoy watching everything from scratch? The whole process, says William. Is it because you enjoy the ASMR of the sound of the knife going through the various things? Black Evo with the follow over on Twitch. Black Evo, thank you very much, mate. Ooh, that's a little bit of a shit bit. I'll get rid of that. I don't want to really consume that. That's not going to be a nice situation. So, starting to get a good amount of steam coming out of the top of the pot over on the, we'll refer to it as the stovetop, even though it's technically not. The knife chopping makes your mop wet, 2 mops. Too much information. Now, Mr. Jacko. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you would be aware of right now, David Jacko has been a follower of Shane's channel for a long time. He was also one of the first people to view this channel. He was my first ever moderator over on this channel as well. So David has actually bitten the bullet and has decided he too is going to join the streaming cartel alongside myself and Shane and Wes and Brett. And Dan Random does a bit of streaming. I think Garmy Wombat's about to start streaming, so if you guys might know Garmy Wombat as well. But to come back to Dave, Dave, I don't know if it'll let you, and I haven't added it to my chatbot yet, but if you want to drop the link to your channel, go for it. So to Big Jacko's Gaming. What are you barking at, Star? And David is going to be doing a journey around the outside of Australia. that's all we know at this point. We don't have anything further. He still needs to test a few things, but he's hoping to start streaming in a day or two, which should be good because he's a incredibly funny man and he's going to be incredibly entertaining. Oops, there's a few chili seeds going on the floor, so Star might be in for a bit of a rude shock when she goes looking for snacks soon. Luckily, they're only green jalapenos. They're not too OTT. Catch you later, Brett, mate. Thank you very much for jumping into the stream. Much appreciated. All right. Pop that in as well. Like so. And then just obviously I need to get that in. Then we're going to do the potatoes. Then I'm going to do the pork sausage. And then we'll be doing the beans and the tomato paste that goes into this dish as well. Then we'll be adding the rice, the seasoning, the stock, and just letting it come down. There you go, Dave's thing did work. Awesome. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you would be so kind, show the man some love. I promise you, he will not let you down. I'm just over here adding the ingredients. I'm going to mix it around and then I'll bring the portable camera over and let you guys have a look at where we are at in progress. So as you can see, it just at the moment it looks like a whole conglomeration of green and red vegetables, and basically that's what it is. But that's why we're getting the dish on now, so that it has its time to just reduce.
I like to do to her.
Flavors can
Some might call it
intensify,
dirty
and
fuzzy.
everything just becomes really, really, really good. Right, so make sure that I'm still using the same bowl because excessive dishes is the same issue in the long run as food wastage, because you use extra detergents and stuff and all that, and obviously like to, if I'm making food on the internet and I'm a chef, I like to obviously follow the same rules that I would in a commercial kitchen. So you want to go for relatively small sized bits of potato to keep the cooking time at a reasonable amount, so that, in fact, I'm going to go to the other camera there and just give you guys more of a close-up look of what sort of thickness you would be aiming for when you're slicing your potatoes down. So as you can see, probably about centimetre and a half, give or take. You obviously don't need to be too thingy about it. You need to not try and eat the food off the bench, please. And then I'm just going to go through, I'm going to do this to all the potatoes, and then I'm going to go through and I'm going to cube them, and then we're going to pop them in the pot. So basically we're layering flavours here. We're starting with all the ingredients that create a phenomenal base, and we're working our way upwards from there. So as we know, onion, garlic, celery, carrot, dishes that, or items of produce that create phenomenal base flavours in dishes. Just pop this one in a rubbish bin over here. So we've got compost and rubbish bin. And then even capsicum, So a lot of these particular items, what they share in common is they have a relatively high water content. They have a relatively high sugar content as well. So they obviously can come down a lot in size as they release their water. That obviously helps to cook everything else that's in the dish. It keeps everything else in the dish moist. At the same time, the sugars start to caramelize, which is another reason why those items are added so early on, so that you cook them long enough to remove enough water from them to cause caramelization to start to occur, which obviously imparts an absolutely wonderful flavor into the dish, and that's exactly what you are looking for. So this part is obviously a little bit time consuming as well, especially with these size potatoes. If you are able to get your hands on some purple yam or some yucca or purple sweet potato, because it's obviously a purple sweet potato is significantly less sweet than an orange one, so it would probably suit this dish perfectly. And you know what? You could probably get away with putting just normal orange sweet potato in this dish as well. I can't see that ending badly. It will just obviously change the flavor profile slightly to be a little bit more on the sweet side, but nothing overly significant. And Dave's popped the link to his YouTube over on Twitch as well. And if he does disappoint you, well, you guys can come at me and be like, he disappointed me. But I'm that confident. Now, obviously, when you guys are potentially cooking this in your own time, you're not going to be doing 12 potatoes like I am. You're probably only going to be doing 3 or 4, depending on how many people you are cooking for. We'll step away for a moment here in a sec once I have all of these halved like this, just to give the guacho a stir over on the stovetop, the makeshift stovetop that we've got going. Now, for obvious reasons, my snapper is still in the fridge, because having that sitting out on the bench whilst I'm doing all this other prep will result in a bad time for me if I go there and eat it. So, and as I do want to eat it, because when I did the test run it was absolutely mind-blowingly delicious, I'd rather not screw myself over. Now, the location that is in, so I'll need you guys, I'm going to obviously keep an eye on it as best as I can from my position. But we do actually need to make a landing at Panama. So when we are getting close to Panama City, if somebody can just pop it in one of the chats, whether it be Twitch or YouTube, because to follow the world adventure, you need to land at least once in every country. And the only place we're landing in Panama is Panama City, because it's such a small place. So would be a bit messed up for the person who's doing a world adventure going to every country to not then land in every country. There is a large number of various extraordinarily pleasing smells occurring in this room right now, as I've now added the capsicum to the onion, garlic, celery. It's, well, you guys can probably get a good idea of what it probably smells like, because I'm sure all of you have cooked onion and garlic and celery and carrot and capsicum and all that together at some point in time, and it always just results in a phenomenal aroma. And my not safe for work part of the Discord is going off, which is always of concern. I really need to find a way to lift these trestle tables. It's nothing like the benches I'm used to working on. It means I have to change my cutting technique and everything to enable myself to slice things up. I have to do it slower. Because usually I would be able to work here. So I'm losing about this much height over a usual work surface. Stu's happy to help David Jacko. That's because Stu's a legend. This is a lot of potato. Check out Willy Waterworks on YouTube. And of course, Doggo's back looking for snacks. There's a whole heap of chili seeds on the floor, Star. I know they're of no interest to you, but I mean, right now that's all I've got to offer you, unless you want raw potato, which is going to be pretty average and flavourless and full of water. And all in all, not really recommended. So I'll give you guys a view of the bowl with the potatoes in it once I've finished slicing it all up, so you can get a understanding of exactly the size that we are looking for, or that you would be looking for. Now obviously it's just a general guide, it's not actually gospel. You don't have to follow it to a T. Obviously if you do slice things thicker or a different shape, simply the only thing you're going to need to change about your recipe is that you may need to cook things for slightly longer or at a slightly higher temperature. It's, it's not the most important thing in the world, but again, it's just a guide of what. And now, of course, I don't expect all of you to reproduce these cooks in your own time, but I know that there's quite a few within the Discord who do like to go and attempt to cook these things in their own time. So I always like to make sure that I inform everyone of various things they can try and how to overcome certain, issues they might run into, because, I mean, there's some very competent home cooks out there, but I know some people definitely struggle to achieve the same knife skills and sizes and shapes as chefs can. So just basically want to let you know that it isn't the end of the world if you can't get it exactly. I can see that you've commented, Sean. I will I saw that it's a slightly longer comment, so I want to spend some time on it. So just let me finish doing this last bit of potato here, and then I will get to you, good sir. Okay. So Sean says, how to achieve the perfect fluffy mashed potatoes. help resolve discussion between me and the boss. Sorry, off topic. So, Sean, first things first, you want to research particular potatoes that are available within your area. And then you want to research whether those potatoes are good for mashing, or for salads, or for chips, roasting, etc. And you want to pick one that is recommended for mashing. Now, I make my mashed potato. I get a oven tray, and I'll put either an insert to take the potatoes off of the bottom of the oven tray, or if you've got rock salt, layer it with rock salt, and place said potatoes on there into the oven and let them steam in their own skins. Now, this is a more complex and time-consuming way, but you're going to end up with a fantastic end product from this. Let them roast, take them out, let them cool a little bit until you can handle them. So you don't need to let them fully cool, just until you can handle them. Then you want to remove the inside of the potato from the skin. So you can use a spoon, you can squeeze it, whatever. Then if you've got the ability, if you've got a moolie, obviously put it in a moolie, push it through. If you've got a really good chinois or something, you can pass it through there. If you don't have access to any of those, best advice is obviously just a potato masher. Get in there, mash it up. Then you want to put that mashed potato into a pot. You want to take that to the stove. To that you want to add all sorts of wonderful healthy ingredients like butter and cream and milk, and you just want to mix it together and keep mixing until you achieve the consistency that you want from your mashed potato. Some people almost end up with a 50-50 split between potato and butter, and others will only obviously end up with 20% butter, 80% potato. It all comes down to you. But because you're drying out the potatoes by putting them in the oven, you're going to create a fluffy inside. Another way to do it is to peel your potatoes, cut them up quite big, put them in cold water on the stove, bring them up until you can, basically the minute you insert a knife, they sort of just goes in. Take them off, strain them, let them cool a little bit because they will continue to cook slightly, and then same steps, mash it or pass it or whatever, add your salt, pepper, butter, milk, cream, whatever you like to do. Olive oil works well as well if you want to keep things on a slightly healthier side, and then done. You're drooling over mash, Clocked? What's wrong with you? Nothing. I mean, mash is drool worthy. When done correctly, mash is incredibly drool worthy. Alright, I'm just going to go put this in the pot. Sorry guys, just mixing it all together so then I can give you a better idea of what you're looking for. I don't want to just show you a pot with a whole heap of potatoes placed on a whole heap of other ingredients. That's not exactly professional on my behalf and doesn't depict what we're trying to achieve. I might need a stronger stirring device at this point. That's better. So, because of equipment size constraints, we're going to need to let this reduce a little bit before I go adding any other ingredients to it. So to help that process along, I'm going to add just a little bit of stock. Yes, it's pre-bought stock. Yes, I have stock in the freezer. It's not veg stock, it's chicken stock. Because this is a pork dish, I don't like to mix my meats. I'm just giving you a little splash, maybe like a quarter of a cup, just to sort of get some steam occurring and help reduce the size of the potatoes and the capsicums. I'll show you what I mean now with how full the pot is. But as you can see, we need to reduce, especially seeing as we still need to add the pork and the rice to that. Now I'm just going to make sure that my phone stays on the charger here so that we don't lose the ability to do the portable camera. And then I'm going to have a sip of water because it's getting very hot in here with all the various things running. Oh, so much better. Alright, so what I will do is I will slice up the sausage. So I'm going to obviously change chopping boards. I'm going to use this primarily for veggies, but I obviously will flip it over because we've now done potatoes on it. So I'll come back to the chopping board that I did the celery on, because obviously celery is not a cross-contamination risk with meat. It's the other way around. Unless, of course, you have somebody who has a celery allergy. But personally, I haven't come across that in my chef career. However, I would love to hear if somebody has, and I'm more than happy to take that comment back. So, got some sauteed onion, sage, and pork sausages. I'm going to slice them up. I'm going to put them in the bowl that we had the veggies in. To that, I'm going to add the beans. I'm going to put a couple of bay leaves in that bowl as well. And then that will enable us simply, if I need to, I can pop that in the fridge whilst we wait for that to reduce in size. Or if it's not going to be too long, it's so easy, just bang, straight in, simple. Switching over to the TV to continue watching Willie. No worries, mate, much appreciated. You watch on your TV as well, Josh, damn. I feel like some sort of professional chef. I'm just a regular chef guy. So I'm just going to cut this sausage up. I will give you, obviously with the hand that didn't touch the meat, I will give you a preview of what we are looking for. So just some nice pieces of sausage. As you can see, a really nice fat content in the middle of that sausage. So that's going to obviously render out once we apply heat to it. It's going to create flavour. It's going to just create all sorts of niceness in the mouth. And there's nothing like some niceness in the mouth. Especially when it comes to sausage. Black Evo says, that's a nice sausage. Thank you, Black Evo. Josh has gone over to Twitch and he says, hey guys, Shane here, which is interesting. And obviously, once I have this sliced up and in the bowl, I will dispose of this knife, this chopping board, and give my hands a wash before we progress any further. Oh shit, I put that on the bench. That's cool. Just need to make sure that I remember to wipe that bench there with sanitizer. Alright, so I'll be back in a sec, folks, with clean hands to wipe down the bench. 2 seconds. Alrighty. I know I'm not in the view, but I am here. My battery's running low over on my note-keeping laptop. Probably should plug that in, because if I don't have my notes in front of me and a general guide of what step is next, sometimes you get a brain fart. So that's plugged in. Right. I need... Go, spray that. Towel. Go. Wonderful. Okay, so into this bowl, going to be adding some red kidney beans that I have left over from a previous dish I made. So kidney beans are the traditional choice in this dish. However, I also have some black beans that I need to use. So again, coming back to the whole, if you have something similar, don't necessarily go and buy extra ingredients. Don't be scared to use food that is similar to achieve a similar end goal. And we want to throw all the liquid in as well, because we're not looking to get any colour as such on this sausage. We're looking to just get the sausage's flavour into the final dish. And then to that, going to add quite a few bay leaves, but they feel quite dry, so it's probably not that much left going in for them, unfortunately. And then to that, tomato paste. I'm going to just throw that in as well. So this will go in once the ingredients in the pot has reduced a little bit more, and then we will add the rice after that. How are we looking here for Panama City, folks? Oh, there's a lot of Shanes here. There's a lot of Shanes here. Alright, so the next task that we're going to be doing, whilst that reduces, we're going to be doing our Holjadres and our Chicheme. So, with the Holjadres, I'm going to remove this tea towel. Might actually just give the surface a quick sanitize, because we have been doing other tasks on there, and there's nothing worse than cross-contamination. So I'm going to be putting a very small dusting of flour down, because I already have this dough made up, because as I said, it's best to rest it for 24 hours. You can get away with resting it for like 2 or 3, but the longer you rest, well, not the longer you rest, but you want to allow the dough and the gluten within the dough that you've obviously activated during the mixing process to relax as much as possible. It's going to result in an easier roll. It's going to result in more like air bubbles and air and a crispier exterior texture, etc. when you do cook it. So I'm going to grab one of the fry pans. I'm going to throw it on the electric stovetop behind here. Put some oil in it and start slowly bringing the temperature up on that. Whilst that's coming up, we'll get the Holjadres rolled out here, ready to be cooked. Now, unfortunately, it's going to be a 1-by-1 cooking job with this. And then at the same time, I'm going to take my corn, and I'm going to peel it, stick it on the grill, get the charred flavour going into it. So I'm just going to bring it up to temperature at a nice slow rate. So I'm only doing 800 watts. This thing can do 2400, which is intense. We don't need that. We don't necessarily. So to do this Holjadres flatbread, we don't necessarily want an extremely high temperature. What we want is a consistent all-round temperature, and the best way to get a consistent all-round temperature is to bring things up at a slower rate, because it means you're not going to have any hot spots, cold spots, etc. Now, a little bit of flour dusting on the bench. And I mean a very, very light flour dusting, because the dough itself should have very little stickiness after it's been. So it's been sitting covered in the paper towel, in the tea towel in my fridge overnight, and it's incredibly tender to the touch. And then I'm also going to get my corn peeled and onto the grill now as well. Now you don't have to be, if you're going to do this way and not the traditional way, which is obviously take the corn kernels off, cook it down, let them dry, etc. You don't have to be too concerned about the hair on the corn, because as you grill it, that's going to obviously burn off anyway. Just give the Guacho a bit of a mix whilst I'm over here. And then with the Guacho, so I'm not usually one who recommends seasoning at a later point. I'm that kind of person who likes to season less at the start, allow the flavors to intensify, etc. But because with that dish, you're going to be adding salty ingredients like pork sausage in this case, in the case of the traditional dish, a salted pork, and stock as well, you don't necessarily want to be seasoning too early, because you may get the balance wrong. Where's me dough thing? There. So I've got me dough thing, and I've got me fancy ass rolling pin that is made from granite and weighs a lot. That's hurting my wrist trying to hold that there like that. This thing is a weapon. I've put this on a scale, it weighs over 10 kilos. But it makes rolling things out real easy. So, oh yeah, the gluten's definitely activated in this. That's so that dough that I showed you, I'm probably going to get between 4 to 5 portions out of that, I would say. And then I'm just going to literally massage the dough a little bit, try and form a ball style shape, like so. So as you can see, it's like, you know, it's about just a little bit bigger than a golf ball, a little bit smaller than a cricket ball or a baseball, sort of that in between. And again, doesn't matter too much if you don't get it necessarily 110% accurate with that either, because you also be wanting to work to the size of the pan you have. I have quite a decent sized pan behind me. That's why I'm going for this size. Obviously smaller pan, smaller size, bigger pan, bigger size. And then I just want to press that out a little bit. And then let the rolling pin do the rest of the work. Now the dough will stick to the rolling pin, so the best thing you can do with this dough is to start in the middle and just push out. Start in the middle and pull back. Flip over, turn round, middle, push out. It will stick to your rolling pin. It will get incredibly annoying. You can solve that by using extra flour if you really need to. The other way you can solve that is by using a little bit of oil. So just rub a little bit of oil up the shaft. Fuck me, that's a sentence. And that will help to stop the rolling pin from sticking. And if it keeps sticking here, that's exactly what I'm going to end up doing. So these are a little bit smaller than I was aiming for this one, so I might actually reduce the amount that we have in portions, just so that they fit the pan behind me a little bit better. But we'll use this as the tester. You know, like when you make a pancake and the first one's never 100% perfect, we can call this the tester pancake. So it's only about the size of my hand, that one. There we go. Alright, let's try it. So I will now... So as you can see, quite a large size fry pan. So I will need to alter the size of the next ones. But that's all you're looking for, and then you'll start to see the bubbles are starting to form in the middle. And then you just need to watch the outer edging. When it starts to go a nice golden, don't be scared to check very regularly. When it goes a nice golden, then it's obviously time to flip it to the other side. Now, whilst that does its thing, I'm going to grab some oil, put it on the rolling pin. So, and then I'm sure everybody will get a kick out of this next step that I'm about to do. So you just want to make sure it's well covered, well lubed. Don't be concerned too much if you get a bit of oil on the bench, because you'll that'll obviously just be of benefit to you. And then obviously I need to wipe the excess oil off my hands, because otherwise it's going to be very, 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 very difficult to hold on to the rolling pin. So I'm going to just do another 2 Holjadres here. So I'm going to put out, so originally it was going to be another 4, I'm just going to do another 2, put them together, and we're going to get a much better size result. Alright, so this is, so as you can see, golden, slightly elevated off of the pan now as well due to the bubbles forming. And then you take it off. We're going to want to put it on a plate. On that plate we're going to want to have some sort of absorbing item, whether it's paper towel, whether it's a chucks, whether it's a tea towel, whatever you have access to. You just want to absorb any excess oil. At the same time, when this goes onto the chucks, that's when you want to season the sides with the cinnamon sugar or whatever you've decided to put on the outside of yours, because the hot exterior with the oil is going to cause that to absorb into the Holjadre itself. Correct, Stu. You guys are so funny. Alright, so we'll roll out these whilst we wait. So it does look like it's still sticking, but despite the fact that it looks like it's still sticking, we've already got a Holjadre occurring much more easily. Stop sticking, you. It's being a real ass. Didn't have this this sort of sticking issue when I did the test. There we go, that's better. Now we're getting somewhere. So we've got a severe case of shrinkage going on whenever I remove it off the bench. So what I might do till it's ready to go into the pan is get it rolled out as thinly as I possibly can and then leave it there for the gluten to relax in its current position. There we go. So the first one is done. Bring it off, pop it on the chunks. Straight up, I'm going to get the cinnamon sugar. I'm going to make sure that it's wonderfully covered on all sides. And then if you don't mind, I'm going to actually snack whilst I cook here because it's been 5 hours now since I've eaten anything. I'm getting pretty hungry. There we go. So now, just want to make sure that the oil is evenly spread around the pan again. We have a good temperature going on. So now, I'll pick this up, allow it to shrink a little, and get it in. So you want to be very gentle placing it in, because you are going to have quite a bit of oil in the pan. So you don't want to plop it in and cause oil to come up all over you. That's not a pleasant situation, and one that I want to see anybody in. Oh God, I just saw what Semi posted in the Discord. Just got a notification in the not safe for work area and it just says Bryce's rolling pin. So I'm really concerned about what he just put in there. Really concerned. Stop sticking. Just do it this way then. If it wants to stick, I'll hold one side down and press on the other. But as you can see, there's always a way around a potential issue or scenario that may be created that's not ideal for the situation that you're in. There's always a way to fix it without necessarily, you know, altering the dish in too much of a way. I mean, I literally have done nothing much here except for just change the way I'm rolling it out. Won't have the same effect if it shrinks, Metis? Sure. So we need a little bit more colour on that one that's currently in the pan. In the meantime, I'm just going to go give another mix to the Guacho. Yeah, so we're definitely getting a reduction in size now. The water is starting to come out of the potatoes. The capsicum is getting very soft, the onions are soft, the celery is soft. So we're getting exactly what we want. just going to grab my other set of tongs here and just give the corn a bit of a turn. So as you can see, not crazy colour occurring on the corn, just a little bit of a char to get a little bit of a smoked flavour into a otherwise very sweet drink. Willie Canuck says, Happy New Year, Chef Willie, mate. Happy New Year to you as well. Welcome to the stream. Pleasure to have you here. Hope you are doing very, very well, Willie. Right. Okay. Let's try that again and actually grab the damn thing with the tongs this time, like so. So I'll give you a close-up view of this one. It's much more of a better size. There's a good colour. So that's what you're kind of looking for. Maybe a little too dark there in the middle, but certainly not burnt or inedible or anything like that. And this one's probably cooled down enough for me to that's good. So, whilst we wait for that to sort itself out, with this dish, or this, with the Holjadres, so I did 3 cups of flour and I sifted it. All of these ingredients into the one bowl. Then, I put 2 teaspoons of baking powder and I put 3 tablespoons of sugar in there. On top of that, I then added about 1.5 teaspoons of cinnamon and about 1 teaspoon of nutmeg. Let the mixer bring all of that together. You can also obviously use your hands if you don't have access to a mixer. And then, simply to that, I added 1 tablespoon and a half of oil. In my case, it was olive oil. It doesn't necessarily matter which oil you use. Then I added between 230 and 260 mils of water to the dough. Now, the reason I say that is because this part comes down to the quality of the flour that you use to produce your dough. A higher quality flour, more expensive flour, you're going to need less water, and vice versa. And then, simply, you want to put 1 egg, set the mixer going again, or with your spoon or with your hands, bring the dough together, cover it, let it rest on your bench, covered for 2 hours, and then obviously if you've got the time, into the fridge, let it rest overnight or 24 hours or whatever you want to call it, bring it out, let it relax, portion it, roll it out, cook it. Big Chris says, oh my god, this just made me feel so much better. What, the cooking on the fly thing? That's really, really good. Not trying to make all you guys jealous, but that's delicious. So that one's almost ready. And then we'll get on to the last one. And then once the last one's done, we should be in a position where we can add the pork sausage, the beans, the tomato paste, and the bay leaves to the guacho. Then we can wander inside, or I'll wander inside, or grab the rice or bring it out. And then once that stuff is all, the fats come out of the pork sausage, etc., and that's shrunk down, then we can add the rice to that, and at that point we can check for the seasoning and obviously adjust moisture levels with stock, etc. Go from there. Thank you very much, Chris. Much appreciate the kind words there, mate. Sean says, can we use Castrol Magnatec oil? What strength would be best? 1540. Absolutely. Or maybe 530. Or maybe just not Castrol at all. Sorry, I was really quite hungry. I didn't quite realise until I started shoving the food in. Down. Got a small piece of crispy Holjadres here for Doggo. I've just got to let it come down in temperature, obviously. Alright, just going to get the cinnamon sugar on. Oh wow, the smell that occurs when you dust the cinnamon sugar over the top of the hot Holjadres is just fantastic. Woo! That is so nice smelling. You need to be patient. You guys may or not be able to hear that. It's a nice sound. It's the sound of deliciousness occurring. Alright. So, into this big bowl. Big Chris with the follow over on Twitch. Thank you very much, Chris. Much appreciated. Into this big bowl, this is where we're going to make Chicheme. Now, you can cook this and thicken it to your desire. You need to get down. That means down. You can cook it, so you can cook this and thicken it to your desire, or if you want to have an easy drinking sweet milky liquid, you can obviously just not cook it as well. If you're looking for the infusion of the spiced flavors, specifically the cinnamon and the nutmeg, you don't want to cook it, you can obviously make it, put it in a fridge, allow the flavors to infuse, and then come back to it. So just before I go any further, I'm just going to wipe down because there's a bit of oil and a bit of flour and not necessarily pleasurable things on the bench. That one's coming along nicely. Alright, so this recipe comes down to consistency of what you guys like. So, you guys in your conversation about oil, I don't know. It also comes down to the size of condensed milk that you choose to get. So, I have 400 grams or 400 mils. So my recipe is going to be based around that. And basically, whatever you have in condensed milk is what you also want to have in evaporated milk, or like myself, I'm going to be using sweetened almond. But you basically want to use 400 and 400 or 500 and 500 or litre and a litre or whatever. So into a bowl with the condensed milk. Like so. And then, that's incredibly sweet. But I knew that before I did it. Give the last Holjadres a bit of a flip. So then, to that, I'm going to be measuring out 400 mils of sweetened almond milk. You know what, I'm just going to finish what's left in this bottle. It's about 450 mils. So, put that into the bowl like so. Now I've got somewhere where I can store my condensed milky spatula without it making a mess everywhere, which is always good. Then, to that, I want to be adding about a teaspoon and a half, similar to the Holjadres, of some nutmeg and some cinnamon. You guys are going nuts in the Discord. Another good way to, if you're not necessarily looking to measure, come out of there, things with, you know, to exact measurements, because I know a few people like to just sort of cook by eye, and that's fine, I get it. Down. 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 Thank you. So I'll show you what I'm talking about with by eye. See how it looks like it's just sort of covered in a layer? That also works. Down. No. If you're patient, you'll get some. But no, I do not tolerate that. You know that. The rules haven't changed. Right, so I'm going to grab the other chopping board here, the one that I haven't used yet. And I'm going to split some vanilla beans. I'm pretty sure I might have to go and get a smaller knife to do this though. I may have forgotten that bit, but shh, nobody needs to know that. So, place my tea towel back down. Yep, Holjadres coming along good. Just going to go give a mix to the guacho, turn the corn. So things are going really well over here in the pot now. Go, give the corn a bit of a turn, have a sip of the water. How are we looking in relation to Panama? Yes, she is, Sean. Absolutely. Alright, so I'm going to go and get a smaller knife to split some vanilla pods here. Back in a moment. Star, you're coming with me, because otherwise you're going to try and steal food off the bench. Come on. Have I ever made Scotty tablet? Just needs condensed milk and sugar? I have not. I have not. Where did I put? In the open by ice section. That's where I put it. Alright, I reckon your piece of bread is now. Crunchy? Nice and crunchy? Sounds like it's nice and crunchy. Panama? Is that Panama that we're... No, that's the JW Marriott. Never mind. All good. Carry on. So I'm going to split 2.5 vanilla pods here. Just because I have some vanilla pods that sort of need using sooner rather than later. Come on. These vanilla pods are being annoying. Why won't you split? There we go. There we go. Now we're getting... It was just that one vanilla pod that I was doing first up, or the half that I was doing first up that was being a you-know-what. Don't worry, I'll get all the excess vanilla pod that's stuck on the side of the bowl once I mix this together. Now, at this point, all that we need to add to this is the corn and the spiced rum. So, I'm going to grab the corn off of the grill now, let the temperature come down a little bit on it, and then I'll obviously take it off the cob. I will also turn the pan off. Take the second Holjadres out and get that dusted with cinnamon sugar as well. And wow, the smell when you do that is just... That's how you know that you're activating the flavors when you do this. Because as soon as that cinnamon sugar is touching the hot oil on the outside of the Holjadres, the whole room just smells like Christmas holidays, literally. It's amazing. Right, so whilst that comes down to temperature, I'm going to get the beans and the Okay, just random rolling pin rolling away. Going to get the beans and the pork and the bay leaves and the tomato paste into the guacho. I'm obviously just aware of the fact now that we are getting a little bit closer to our first port of call in Panama. Alright, now I've got something I can put dishes in. There we go. And I'll just give that a mix, and then I will obviously show you guys what it looks like. Honestly, I don't know how I'm going to get the rice into this. Star, get down! I'm not telling you because I'm being an arsehole. I'm telling you because some of the things that have been on that bench are not okay for the consumption of dogs. Okay? I'm just looking out for you. I know you don't understand that, but I promise you I am. Right, we need a knife to remove the corn kernels off of the corn. So I like to, just to make my life a bit easier, I like to always halve my corn before I go and remove the corn kernels. It means that the middle part provides a good base, a nice supportive base, one that's not going to slip out from under you whilst you're removing the kernels from the cob. You don't have to do it that way, it's just good for safety. You're less likely to cut yourself and all those not so wonderful things. Go, and then I'll just get that into the Chicheme. So we will strain this out, and the Chicheme I will leave at this point. So I'll bring it all together now using a whisk. Then I will leave it at this point until I'm actually sitting in front of the stream for the landing time. And then I will, at that point, I will add in our spiced, I will strain it, should I say, and then obviously consumption. So I'm going to, what have we got? 50 mils of rum. So it's not going to be incredibly alcoholic, but I guess that doesn't matter because this drink is not technically alcoholic at all in the real world. So I'm just going to pour that in. It's a cool little bottle. Oh yeah, that smells good. Then I'm going to take my whisk, combine it all together. Okay. As I said, take my whisk, combine it all together before I was rudely interrupted by Doggo. Get the bits of vanilla that were stuck on the side. So as I said, you can reduce this by applying heat. It will also intensify the flavour, just keep that in mind. So you may need to reduce the amounts of the various things you're using if you decide to do that. But there's a general idea of what it looks like. Not so appetizing right now with the bits of charcoal corn, but we will strain that out. You need to get down. And then, here's a look at what the guacho looks like at the moment. So just a complete stew of vegetables and meat and all sorts of yummy things. But we will add the... You were warned too many times. Now I'm not going to be nice. Start listening. I have such a long fuse with you, but too far. But as you can see, you can see now why I was talking about how I might struggle to actually get the rice in there. If that's the case, what we will do is we will add the stock, and then we will just, obviously, when I'm serving the dish, I would put rice in the bottom, the guacho on top, then mix it in the actual serving, or I would transfer a little bit into a bowl, mix it all together, and then serve from that, otherwise keeping them separate. And when I do, obviously portion up family and friends, rice one container, the other one the other container, just give it to them and be like, you should mix these together. But I'm hoping that that will come down again enough for us to at least maybe get some rice in there, enough to achieve what we're looking for. And then I can use the rest of the rice for fried rice or something, you know? It's definitely cooked rice, as long as you use it within a short space of time, is not something that is going to be unusable in other dishes, kind of thing. So, let that flavours all come together off to the side. It's so hot in here. So hot. So I'm now going to wander inside. I'm going to grab the rice out of the rice cooker and just bring it out here ready to go. And then we're going to start preparing the ingredients for the ceviche. So whilst I'm inside as well, I will grab the snapper. And then I think once I have all of those things out here positioned, I might come back to the PC, because I think it might be almost Panama City arrival time. And then what we can do is, once we've taken back off from Panama and heading off to Sirena station, I can do the ceviche at that point. So I might actually, now that I think about it, leave the fish in the fridge until we get to that point. But I will go and get the rice from the rice cooker and bring it out here. And I might also just pop these things in the fridge, mainly so a certain puppy dog can't access them. I'm just going to put the tea towel down on the bench, if I can get it to lay flat, just so I don't obviously put hot rice onto a trestle table bench. That's going to result in a melted consistency. You're past Panama. Okay. No worries. That's fine. I'll keep going. All good. Alright. So, for the ceviche, now I will wander inside and I will grab the fish. Also going to put a bit more of the vegetable stock into the guacho. So I've just sort of brought that up to sort of just under, I'll show you. It's hard to put into words. So you can just sort of see just starting to, and then I want to just reduce that basically to the point where there's next to no liquid left. A bit like a risotto would be, and that's why the rice is not going in yet, because the rice is fully cooked. So it's literally, when the rice goes in, it's a case of combine flavors, check seasoning, add seasoning, play with all that sort of stuff, and then literally serve. No worries, Blue Dog mate. Thank you very much for dropping into the stream. Much appreciated. Enjoy your coffee with your mate. Alright, just going off to grab the snapper. We'll be back. Come with me. You can't be trusted. Alright. How much longer are you going to stay up there, hey? Down. Go on. Down. Down. Gonna pull it out of the bag, but that is not giving me confidence, which is really disappointing. I'm just hoping that it's from it being in the bag. But that just doesn't smell quite right, which is really frustrating because it's only 48 hours since I purchased it. Oh no, okay, so it's okay now that it's out of the bag. So it's just from being in the bag. Yeah, no, it's completely fine. Thank fuck for that. It was just the bag that we had that smell to it. Whew. I'm like, really? 48 hours and it's already gone bad? What sort of fresh fish is this? Down! Thank you. So, I'm going to just take this over, put the charcoal marks and flavour on it. And then we will proceed to make the ceviche. So obviously that chopping board is now a no-go zone for the fish once it is charred, which is why I kept the veggie chopping board. Flip it to the other side. There we go. So for the ceviche, you want a decent sized bowl. Now, as I said at the start of the stream, char grilling ceviche is not... Stop. Now you're actually pissing me off. Stop. Char-grilled ceviche is not the traditional way. Obviously, ceviche is not meant to be cooked in any way, shape or form. But I like the flavour of charcoal on some fish. I'm not actually cooking the fish as such, I'm just getting the smoky charcoal flavour in. Yes, the famous twice cooked ceviche. Exactly right, Black Evo, exactly right. How far am I from the actual destination here? I feel like I might be quite close. No. Yeah, no, so don't worry, Sean. That's why my hands are currently where they are. Yeah, exactly. Like, exactly. So I'm just going to go wash my hands after having to remove doggo. And then the snapper should be in a position for flipping. Come with me, star. Come on. Come here. She knows when she gets that stare from me that it's no longer time for fun and games and that I'm actually being serious when I say don't do that. No, so Chris, she's gotten up on here before in the middle of a cooking on the fly when I've been at the computer and started eating the ingredients off the bench. So there is just no trust between me and her in a situation like this, especially when she's in a mood like this, where what I say is, oh yeah, okay, he means for a minute and then I can try again. No. Alright, so, ceviche, avocado, tomato, lime, garlic. We got coriander, olive oil, red wine vinegar. Again, another non-traditional thing that I like to add to my ceviches is red wine vinegar alongside lemon juice. They have very different flavour profiles. So, again, my love for garlic, which is messed up, means that I'm going to use 2 heaped tablespoons of garlic. Please, do not follow my measurements on garlic. You're going to have a bad time if you don't like it. Then, just try and make some room so you guys can actually see what I'm doing. Just going to roll the limes like that to get the juice, as much as juice possible, out of them. Right. And doing that as well usually makes the stickers come off with ease, which is an added bonus. So, then cut them in half. Now, where did I put the juicer? There. So I just want to juice those limes. Now, of course, I don't want to add the lime juice yet, because that wants to go over the fish once the fish has come off the grill, cooled, and been sliced. Jeez, I must say the Discord has come down in message notifications recently. What's going on? You all guys all fallen asleep, have you? Alright, and then I'm just going to... So these tomatoes are a little bit soft.
Yeah!
That's not necessarily a bad thing. Oh, for fuck's sake! Black Evo, mate, thank you very much for that. Much appreciated. Really, 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 really appreciate that. What a legend. Thank you so much. And Aaron says, don't forget to smash that like button. Thank you very much, Aaron. Appreciate that, mate. So I'm just going to... I promise my knife is sharp. These tomatoes are just almost at the point where you would no longer use them for anything other than a pasta sauce, like making passata. They're that soft, but it also means they're going to be incredibly sweet. So I'm just going to do sort of 2 centimeter by 2 centimeter cubes of tomato. You can go bigger, you can go smaller. Obviously, if you go bigger, you're going to need to factor in that with the size of your fish that you're using, because if you put really small pieces of fish with really big bits of tomato, you're going to result in an imbalance of size, and then what's going to happen is your tomato is going to go really mushy from the vinegar, and the fish is not going to be correct. Speaking of which, I'm taking the fish off the grill now if it wants to come off. So I have taken the fish a little bit further than one may normally take it for a ceviche. That's partially because the slight anxiety in the back of my head after smelling the bag has made me go, right, I need to take that just a little bit further to make me feel okay with it. As you'll see though from the photos that are in the Discord and that I put at the start of the stream, that fish is very much just been charred, and then straight in with the other ingredients into the bowl. And that's just so I can eat it without any risk of, you know, food poisoning. But it's probably the last time, like even though it smells okay now, the fact that after 48 hours the bag had already developed that sort of smell that makes you question whether the fish is okay, probably the last time I'm going to go to that fishmonger. Because something tells me that that snapper was not maybe as fresh as they might have made it out to be. Right, so a close-up of what I'm doing with the tomatoes. So as you can see, 2 by 2 centimeters, like so. Then, in with the garlic. And then, I'm going to just wipe down my chopping board. Yeah, that's exactly right, Black Evo. So that's exactly why I put some extra char on it. I'll put a little bit of extra red wine vinegar than I usually would. Problem solved. Nah, it'll be okay, Sean. Like, the fish itself didn't smell. It was just the bag. But because the fish has been in that bag, straight away my brain goes, right, it's still okay to eat, but I need to just take it that little bit further. Really? We're going to do this again, are we, Star? We're going to do this again, are we? You're cute, but you're also extremely disobedient when there's food around. Right, so now the avocado. So I'm going to do this slightly different to the way I did in the pre-cook. As you guys could obviously see, I deliberately went out of my way to make sure that it looked really amazing on the plate with the pre-cook. This, because I'm going to be basically eating it, I'm going to just throw all the ingredients into the bowl, mix it all together. Now, you guys can choose. You can choose to keep some ingredients separate, like the avocado and the coriander, and put it on once you've done the rest of the dish, or you can just throw it all together, maximum flavor. You know, you're not serving it at a restaurant, so there's nothing to really be worried about there. Star, down! I will give you some fish, but be patient! Fucking hell. Sorry guys, she's just, all day this has been her. When the food wasn't here, it was on me, continuously just jumping on me, without being invited up, without... Get away from the tea towel, you little shit. Told him get about the car, hit him with the shotty. That 12 gauge gave him life in the 12th grade. I tried to write him, but we ain't on the same page. I caught him slipping. I just had to let him. So I'm slicing up the avocado a bit smaller than I did for the pre-cooked plate as well, like so. Then I'll put that in the bowl.
Oh my God! Leave it! Leave it! Leave it! Just fucking leave it!
And then I'm going to take a good wad of coriander, about half of what's in the bag, slice it. I'm just going to give it a really rough chop, just so I'm not getting massive mouthfuls of coriander, and so that the coriander spreads nicely throughout the ceviche. Pop that in as well. Then take our fish. Yeah, beautiful. It's still raw in the middle, but a beautiful color on the exterior. Right, now you've been fed, Star, so I don't want any more complaints. Yeah, TB21 is quick at these lower altitudes, Black Evo. There we go. So fish nicely cubed. I'll give you guys a bit of a close up on that. And then I just want to put that in the bowl as well. Like so. And then I want to obviously dispose of this chopping board and knife. You're going to need to move for me, Starry Girl. cannot see what just occurred from where I am. Stop falling over, you bastard. There we go. Much better. Cool. Right, everything's under control, I swear. Valox FS over on Twitch with the follow. Thank you very much, mate. Much appreciated. Alright, so olive oil. About a tablespoon-ish. But again, chef just throwing shit in. Always seems to taste good. Then I want to do a nice dash of red wine vinegar, probably close to a tablespoon's worth as well. And then I want to put all of that lime juice, and it sounds like a lot of acid, and it is, but it's meant to be. Like so. And then I want to crack black pepper and salt into there. I want to stir it all together, and then I want to let it sit for 5 to 10 minutes. So you want a healthy amount of pepper in here. Go. So I'll show you guys. As you can see, quite a bit of pepper in there. And then a nice, good seasoning of salt. A chef's pinch, so that's a lot. And then I just want to mix that all together. Down. Down! You've been fed bread, you've been fed fish, you've been fed Scooby snacks inside because you listen to me inside when there's no food around, surprise, surprise. And you've been fed 3 meals today. What else could you possibly want? There you go, have some avocado. And there we go. So that's just mixed together like so. And then I just let that be. And then, because of the excessive amount of liquid that gets utilised, I usually just like to strain it because all the flavours and everything have done their job. And if you don't, you risk with the amount of acid that's being used having too much acidity. It overpowers the rest of the flavours, takes over. It's not pleasant. You know, you don't want to just have a mouthful of acid. You want to have a good balance of the salty, the sweet, the acidic, the umami. Yeah, no, Sean, it's just because I'm streaming, mate. I don't want to raise the voice too loud, and because I'm outside and it's nearly 2:30 in the morning, and my neighbours are right there, I don't want to, so I just want to get the point across with the tone rather than the volume. And I know it's not the most effective way, but I don't have much choice. Alright, so, hello camera, just giving this a mix over here. So I'll give you guys a close-up of this in a moment. It's starting to look really, really good. But I am going to have to keep it and the rice separate just due to pot size constraints. But that's okay, because guess what? I can get myself a bigger pot now that I know I need one. So, grab the portable so you can just basically imagine that at the end That's just going to be a pot of sausages and beautifully slow cooked veggies. And then once I actually serve it, it's going to have rice through there as well and look like a risotto. No, all good, Sean. I just wanted to let you know that I wish I could give a more disciplined call to her, but I can't. Because otherwise I'll get, you know, a neighbour going, shut up, it's 2:30. I don't really want to do that because I'm very, very friendly with all my neighbours and all that. That's all. Your wife and you go to a Mexican restaurant that makes a snapper ceviche. It's so good. You also had conch ceviche in Nassau. Oh, in the Bahamas. Yum. TBM is too fast. Currently idle throttle. There you go, Vera. Okay, down. Down. Down! It's very difficult to make yourself sound like the boss when you can't raise your voice any more than what I just did. Down! That got the message across. Usually if I look her in the eyes and just give her the eyes, she'll be like, oh, okay, he's not fucking around. Alright, so I now need to strain the ceviche. And then I need to just go get my other strainer so I can strain the Chicheme drink as well. So I'm not going to eat the Guacho this evening just because it's going to have to sit there and cook down significantly more. And it's probably not a good idea to eat something so strong and hearty at this time of the evening. I am going to have some of the ceviche. I've already have some of the Holjadres. I'm going to have some of the Chicheme as well. There we go. So just a little bit of the liquid strained off. I haven't strained off all the liquid because I do still want to keep some of that acidity. And because it is something that you only keep in the acid for a short period of time, straining off too much liquid is obviously going to have the opposite effect of having too much acidic liquid, and you're not going to have enough of the acidic punch, and you're going to be lacking the flavour that you're looking for. Grounding at 180 knots. Yeah, I think according to my Fly Live studio thing on the stream, I'm doing 177 across the ground, so that sounds about right, Blake. That sounds about right. The Trinidad's really, really good under 15,000 feet. It's when it's above 15,000 feet that it seems to struggle, even though its service ceiling is 25. And we've already discovered that that's an issue with the particular model and the sim than the actual aircraft itself. Right, so I'll give you a close-up here of the ceviche. So that's the finished product. So as you can see, now the fish is basically 100% cooked after the acid has done its job, at least on the exterior. Sour, salty, sweet, umami, and a beautiful coating of fat from the avocado to finish in the mouth. It is sensational. Lay down. Lay down. Stay there. Right, so I'm just going to go grab my other strainer. Then I'm going to strain the Chicheme out. I'll grab a glass. Then I might just have to put a few things away, a few things in the kitchen that Star can potentially get her hands on. And then I'll come back, sit down with you guys, have a drink, finish off some ceviche, land the aircraft at Sirena station here in Costa Rica. Yeah, she knows that look. Exactly, Black Evo. Thank you very much, Sean. Much appreciated. Yeah, unfortunately, I need to have her here, though, because otherwise I'd have to lock her inside or lock her outside. And all that's going to result in is her probably destroying something inside or barking outside at 2:30 in the morning, which is just going to cause the same problem. So instead, I just have to give her the look and tell her, you know, and eventually, as you can see, eventually, as you can see, she listens to me. She's looking away from me because she's like, oh, I'm so pissed off with him. She's got an attitude, but she's listening to me finally. Sometimes I feel like she just sort of likes to just see, how far can I push? How far can, oh, okay, that's enough. So, obviously, because of how long that's going to take to reduce down, I'm probably not going to be able to actually present a Guacho this evening, but that's why I have the photo that's in the Discord and the one that I produced at the start of the stream, and I'm more than happy to show you guys those photos again once I sit down after I do a quick tidy up here of everything. So, now, before I forget again, let me just go get that strainer and strain the fucking Chicheme.
Take things slow. Say you think about it too. When the lights go out and there's no doubt that I should be it. That I should be. We've been on and off again and again. I don't know which way we're going. No control. You push me, then you pull me back in. We've been on and off again and again. I don't know which way we're going. No control.
Alright, so close up of the Chicheme and the way it looks now. As you can see, it's sort of gone a brownish in colour now. So then we'll strain it and I'll give you another look at it. If you stand behind me, Star, and I don't know you're there, you remember what occasionally happens in the kitchen when you do that? I end up accidentally standing on your foot or something. I don't want to do that. So can I recommend not standing behind me? Situations like this that I love having a compost bin, because otherwise that corn would literally end up in the bin. Instead, it goes into composting and for me to grow herbs and all that in the garden. But here's a close-up now of what the Chicheme looks like. So you can see the vanilla, you can see the cinnamon, you can see the nutmeg. It smells intense of spiced rum, cinnamon, nutmeg, vanilla. It's fantastic. Look at me. Cute. That's how you know that she knows that she's now just literally testing to see how much further she can go. I just have to clear my throat and she gets down straight away. She's like, alright, he's hit his limit, I can't really push him any further. But yeah, she'll still try a few more times. She'll just give it a few minutes and then she'll be like, oh, what about now? Alright, so Just going to go pop these in the fridge. Then I'm going to do a quick tidy up of food-related items that she can get her hands on. And it should be time for us to land. So I'll leave the camera and all that, and you guys can actually watch me tidy up if you want. I'm just going to turn the mic off. Oh, actually, no, you know what? I'm going to leave the mic on. You guys can get involved in the tidy up for the first time ever. Usually I turn the camera off and go and disappear, but no, let's keep you guys involved in this one. Now, these 3 jalapenos that I have left, I'll probably add them to the ceviche tomorrow, just because I'm going to be eating the ceviche at another point as well. I didn't want to add the jalapenos now, because if I let them sit in the acidity and flavorings for 24, 48 hours, no, 12 to 24 hours it'll be before that's finished, it's going to get pretty intensely chili overpowered. So, add jalapenos to the ceviche if you would like to, but if you're not going to be consuming it straight away, make the rest of the ingredients, strain it, keep your jalapenos and add them at the last minute.
Leave it! Just fucking leave it!
Have fish and chili and nothing else. Dishes inside.
Would you stay till the morning light, or would you follow me, or would you let it be? If I leave tonight, we could do this right. We'll find the remedy, or would you stay with me now till the morning light? Before you turn away, I just want you to know that I didn't throw your stuff away.
I know you were up there, I could hear you. Don't just jump down because I'm coming and you think you can get away with it. You must think I was born yesterday, Star. Come here. Come on. You're coming with me to and from now. Woo!
Yeah!
Well, I don't care, 'cause right now I feel the love that we said we would burn. Oh, I know that you feel it too.
Ah, thank you.
I swear that I'm sober, just listen, I miss you. And I know that I said all these things, but now when you're with her, I can see that you miss me. Would you stay till the morning light, or would you follow me, or would you let it be?
Oh, boy.
If I leave tonight, we could do this right. We'll find the remedy, or would you stay with me now till the morning light? Stay till the morning light, or would you follow me, or would you let it be? If I leave tonight, we could do this right. We'll find the remedy, or would you stay with me now till the
No, there's no food for her to get anymore. There we go. We're good now. Okay, I'll keep cleaning up. That was mildly close. Actually, this Guacho may reduce enough this evening. It's looking quite like it should now, which is pleasantly surprising because for a while there it didn't look like it was going to get very far at all. I'm also going to put the rice in the fridge because obviously I don't want to have cooked rice sitting out at a temperature for too long. That's a recipe for disaster. No. No. Alright, so we'll just give everything a bit of a spray and wipe down. And then I should be able to give you guys possibly a bit of a look at the Guacho before we finish up the stream. Also keeping in mind that we will be jumping to raid another channel on Twitch at the end of this stream. So if you do want to join us for that, I will put the link to the Twitch channel up in the chat once we are down on the ground. You guys will be able to jump into that. There we go. Get that plugged in so that I can use it for the Guacho when and if needed. Alright, so the only utensil I've got out is the one for stirring the Guacho, so I'm going to pull this table this way a bit. Give myself as much room as possible. And take the chef's jacket off, and then I'll put a small amount of ceviche in a bowl, pour myself some chicheme, and I will be back.
Stuff you never meet, yeah. I think I need a minute to figure out my limits. You cross them more than once, yeah. You take my love for granted. We keep on talking from body to body, yeah. Getting closer to just being nothing else. I'm a sucker for your love, even though it's kind of toxic, babe. You know I feel it when we touch, that your love is from a different place. It's toxic, babe. Not sure what I expected. To think you wouldn't be so reckless. I keep on pretending I know we better end it. You said it more than once, yeah. You take my love for granted. We keep on talking from body to body, yeah. Getting closer to just being nothing else. I'm a sucker for your love, even though it's kind of toxic, babe. You know I feel it when we touch, that your love is from a different place. It's toxic, babe.
Alright. Catch you later, Clive, mate. Thank you very much for coming along. Very much appreciated, good sir. Alright. Tastes like Baileys. That's the best way to describe that. A sweet, slightly smoky Baileys. That's really good. Glad I decided to do a spiked version. We've got Garwin behind me. No one appears to be next to me anymore. I think, has everyone made it? Is that the... That's the destination in 23 nautical miles, isn't it? I think it is. Oh no. No, it's one after that. Okay, cool. Oh, I've actually got a bit of time on one of these to just sit down and hang out with you guys. One-on-one. That's a bit different. Usually it's a case of, right, clean up, quick, get it down, land. Okay. Good scenery though. And also massive shout out to Black Evo for saving the aircraft from crashing. Oh look, more bots. Of course there is, because, you know, like, not enough already. Well, how is everyone? What does everyone think of the dishes that were just done? Do you guys want me to show them again in the stream to see what the finished products look like? Or you're all good? Any questions, tips that you might need, all that sort of stuff? They taste amazing as well. Sorry I can't give you guys some. Yeah, I don't blame you, Black. Do not blame you at all. Ceviche is so good. I sort of rediscovered it myself when I was doing the testers. What are we today? Wednesday. On Monday. I was like, oh shit, I haven't had this for a while. Shame you're too much of a fussy eater. Yeah. Oh well, Metas. Just adds another definition of flavour. I guess you technically can't call it a ceviche once it's been charred, because it's not cooked just by the acid, but I mean, is anyone really going to argue? extra flavour. I mean, rules are definitely meant to be broken. It's called Fusion, Black Evo. At least that's what people call it anyway in the chef world. Yeah, exactly. If it adds flavour, it wins. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? That. I'm going to do that. Do that. There we go. That should now have a chat box as well. And I'll figure out a way to have a chat box with the actual cooking on the fly as well, because of course there's not much screen space left. I'll figure out a way. I don't know exactly how I'm going to do it yet, but I'll figure out a way. Looks like I'm having ceviche for breakfast tomorrow. But I'll add chili to that one. Just not really recommended to eat fresh raw jalapenos at 3 o'clock in the morning. Usually, anyway. That, the Chicheme with the spiked rum, sorry, with the spiced rum, should I say, the spiked Chicheme with the spiced rum, that is amazing. Yeah, spicy cereal. Aaron says, do you like pho? I've learned to make it at home. Oh, I love pho. I love Vietnamese food, Aaron. Absolutely love Vietnamese food. Yeah, so the pork, yeah, exactly right. So, because I made such a large batch in such a small pot, Black Evo, basically trying to get to the point where there's very little liquid so that when you add the rice, the last bit of liquid is absorbed by the rice and it's sort of, there's just that small amount around the outside which is like a risotto, because it's supposed to be like almost a stew risotto. Literally, the recipes and stuff that I was looking at sort of described it as a cross between a stew and a risotto. So you just want a little bit of liquid to create the creaminess of the rice. Now, had I have had a big enough pot, I would have actually done the rice in that pot, but equipment constraints means that I had to use a rice cooker and then I have to bring them together at a later point. Plus, if somebody's gonna make it at home, you know, on like a weekend or whatever, they don't want to be taking 6-7 hours to put something together. They want to be able to throw some stuff in the rice cooker, throw some chopped veg and stuff in, fry it off, get the sausage in, get the potatoes in, get them soft, throw the rice in, bring it together, you know, like an hour, hour and a half, bang, you've got dinner. So in terms of rums that, like the rum that I like the most, Metas, the rum I like the most is, and I don't like rum, is the Dead Man's Fingers. Sean says, -12 tonight in Cambridgeshire. I've got thermals on now. Can we switch places, Bryce? Hate the cold. Yeah? It's bloody hot in here. So, 62.2 nautical miles from our destination. Don't know what sort of pilot I'll be if I keep drinking this though. Drew says we have dark rum called Kraken. That's some fine rummings, I tell you. Drew, the spiced rum that I put in this is the Kraken. Which is why it's so good. But in terms of when I say rums that I like, Drew, I mean ones I'll drink straight, like on the rocks. The only one I can drink on the rocks is Dead Man's Fingers. Hold you. A little bit far away for me to do that, Drew. Sorry, mate. In fact, have I still got the... Why is the rum gone? Because there was only 50 mils of it. That's why. Anybody can drink 50 mils of alcohol, even if it's alcohol they don't necessarily like. At least that's the excuse I'll use. Movie ref? I obviously don't know which movie. Sorry, Black. Should I know which movie? Correct, Sean. Yep, absolutely. Captain Jack Sparrow? Oh, right. Yeah, I should know the quote then, shouldn't I, Black? Whoops. Sorry. Alright, I wonder what channels are going to be available for us to raid on Twitch at the end of this stream. Not really many yet, but we're about to come to the start time for a couple of channels. So hopefully somebody's available for us to raid at the end of the stream. It may actually just be too late in this stream to perform a successful raid. Yeah, the bottle's really cool, Sean. I mean, if you like rum, you'll love Kraken. It's for somebody who likes rum. It's going to be really, 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 really good. Just going to go stir the guacho. Looking really good now. I'll make sure I give you guys a close-up of that before we go for the stream raid. Also, new trestle tables, Christmas present from the parents. Saw they've watched a few of my stream replays, and they're just like, we have to get you some of your own trestle tables because you've got to keep doing that. You're so, you know, you look like you enjoy it so much. So I don't even need to borrow their trestle tables and stuff anymore to do cooking on the fly. I have my own setup, and I have extra. So I was only using 1.5 trestle tables, and now I have 3. So much room for activities. Yeah, Dead Man's Fingers, Sean. Let me see if I can reach it. Yeah, no worries, Sean. All good, mate. I was, so Black, I was talking to Dave earlier on in the Discord during Shane's stream. And I was sort of saying, I want to be able to have sort of a live audience style thing one day. With you guys in the other part of the garage. Now I'd need to put a television or a screen or something in there as well, because the visibility from in there isn't fantastic, but that's something that I'd like to do. Or maybe have you guys out the back there, the back doors or something, on some chairs. That would be so cool. The only problem is I can't actually feed you guys the food because it's not a registered food production place for serving others. So you could only be here for the views, like to enjoy being here. And I could have you as guests as well, like guest chefs. I'd be down to have guest chefs as well. Drew says, if your parents watch these streams, that means we'll have to clean up our act. Absolutely not. They have not even mentioned anything about the crowd that watches, so I think, you know, they produced me. They taught me all the things in life. they probably know exactly what they've produced, and therefore they're not surprised by what they see and hear on the streams. Yeah, so unfortunately, Metas, it doesn't work like that because I'm streaming it on the internet. It's considered preparation of food for others in a non-registered premises. It's alright. I would somehow figure out a way around it for you guys. Maybe there's I don't know. Just like it might be as simple as there is a piece of paper that sits at the door when you walk in that just sort of says, I understand what I'm doing, and that the channel holds no liability. Not like there's no risk, you know, like as you guys can see, I'm extremely clean, I'm always cleaning, always washing the hands, always, you know, everything I use is, nothing is ever out on the benches more than an hour before the stream, and obviously as you saw, fish and meat and all that stays in the fridge until the minute it is needed, so. But I'm sure there's a way around it. Oh, I can imagine the ones you have to sign to go into the pits going. It would be insane. Alright, so I need to start figuring out for the destination here. So the airport is at 20 feet of ASL. Landing will be runway 03. Jeez, it's only 2,383 feet long. What have I done? All of you guys who are in the TBMs, whew, I don't envy you, that's for sure. So, if I... Hang on. If I change to heading mode, and then change my heading... Whoops. No. Why won't you let me change my... There we go. Turning the wrong way, now turning the right way. That's better. There we go, now we're getting somewhere. G'day G'day Murray, mate. Welcome to the stream. We're just lining ourselves up here for an arrival at the airport in Costa Rica with the shortest runway. So get ready to laugh when everybody screws this up, including myself. Hope you're doing well though, mate. Unfortunately, you've missed the cooking part of the stream by about 20 minutes. Maybe slightly longer. Is that a green screen behind me? It is a virtual... Oh! No, sorry. No, so this is my streaming room. I'm so used to having my virtual green screen that I completely forgot about that you can see the background. Yeah, no. So this is what my streaming room usually looks like when I'm not running a green screen. So cooking on the fly is where in this world adventure, where I cook an entree, main, dessert and beverage from the country we're flying over whilst we fly. So I'll change it on the Streamlabs so you can get an idea of what it looks like. Just... So as you can see, the top left is the sim, then there's one camera, this camera, and then the black screen down the bottom is a portable camera as well. And then I'll quickly play the image slideshow for you of what was actually made this evening. And I can also, so we had snapper ceviche that I made up. And then I made a spiked Chicheme, which is a condensed milk and nutmeg and cinnamon with spiced rum that I put in. And then I made Guacho, which is Panamanian style risotto. And then I made the cinnamon and nutmeg Holjadres flatbread. Right, back to that one. So yeah. Who else is flying a Trinidad with you? Was somebody flying a Trinidad with me? Drew? Oh, Murray, I'm a chef by trade. Like my day job is a chef. So it kind of got to partially expect me to be able to cook. Cottage pie from scratch the other night was delicious. Yeah, that would have been good. Nothing like a good cottage pie sometimes, mate. Yeah, she's gonna pepper me with questions. Oh, you fit in perfectly with this channel, mate. Absolutely perfect in every way, shape and form. The ILS radio frequency for MRSN. You're in for a rough one if you wondering about an ILS radio frequency for MRSN. It's a 2,300 foot grass strip, Sean. But yeah, absolutely, go for it, Murray. Pepper me? Let's try that again. Pepper me with questions, should I say. Woo! Yeah! Thank you very much for the donation there, Drew. Well done, fella. Another successful cooking on the fly. I'm lifting a cauldron of Kraken to Yingy matey. A cauldron! Alright, that's a lot of Kraken, Drew. But I mean, it is a pretty Kraken beverage, so... See what I did there? But I hope you're doing well, Murray. Welcome to the stream. Where once we land, I'm going to do a bit of a close-up of one of the dishes that I still have reducing in the background. And then we're going to go raid a channel, maybe, if I can find one that's able to be raided. Basically, I want to raid somebody who sort of knows of me. I don't want to just go in on some random. That's going to be weird. But Drew, thank you very much for the donation, mate. Much appreciated. And, I mean, without you, we wouldn't even be doing Cooking on the Fly, Drew. You're the one who sort of hinted and nudged me in that direction. And the rest is history. Murray says, let me hit you with this one. The recipe I was using called for rosemary, but I put rosemary in and then ended up eating it, and it's like eating pine needles. I like the flavour it adds, but there's a better way to get the flavour in, like put it in cheesecloth or something after that. Yeah, so absolutely, you can strain it if you need to. Another thing you can do is, did you pull the like bits of rosemary off the stalk? You can do that, and you can cut it up really finely. You can do both of those things, and then also strain it through, like you can remove it, cut it up finely, and strain it through cheesecloth as well. Because yeah, you don't want the pine needles. The rosemary you have is already pulled. Yeah, so yeah, absolutely, strain it. If you don't want the yeah. No worries, all good. Who landed and stopped before the sea? Calling pigeon. Yeah, in a TBM, I'm not really surprised to hear about that pigeon. That would have been a hair-raising one. Beer is down, he's landed, says it's a nice place. Wes is here already, says Daddy's here. Jesus Christ. Don't know whether to be concerned or impressed with that one, Wes. How you going though, mate? We're still here streaming. God, you've only been asleep for like 4 hours, bro. Go back to sleep. The other thing you can probably do, Murray, is if you have chucks or cheesecloth, you can make a bouquet garni where you put your rosemary and your thyme and your various other herbs that you want to add to the particular dish, and then you tie it up with butcher's twine or whatever, stick that in, and then you simply, it imparts all the flavour, and then you just simply remove the whole conglomeration of herbs, get rid of it. And all the flavours are already in there. You don't have to worry about straining, and you don't have to worry about chopping or any of those things. Yeah, make a cut. That's exactly right. So it's called a bouquet garni. Oh, you woke. Okay, so you don't have to be up. You woke up. You've got to be up in another 3 hours. A bouquet garni, G-A-R-N-I, which is basically a fancy French term for teabag of herbs, I believe. There are dinner tables. Yeah, I think it's because the Sirena Station Bira is a touristy location with a resort kind of thing that is serviced by only one pilot in particular. If I'm not, yeah, it's like a slang for garnish. Exactly right, Murray. It's yeah, I think that's what it's meant to be. Don't quote me on that, but I'm sure Calling Pigeon will probably be able to give you more information if needed. alright, Sean. This is a very difficult airport to land at, mate, so don't beat yourself up too much about poor landings. Alright, so I need to concentrate now. But yeah, don't beat yourself up over that one, Sean. This is an extraordinarily difficult airport to make a landing at. Landing challenge airport in the C208. Yeah, because in real life, the guy, Alexander or whatever his name is, the one who flies in here regularly all the time, he flies in here in a C208. So it makes sense that they decided that to make that into a landing challenge. Yeah, no, I remember, Murray. Yeah, you were sick. I remember talking to you about it because I was sick as well, or just had recovered from being sick at the time when you jumped in that stream. You got to dodge COVID? Yeah, so I think I may have already had it. I think I've already detailed this quite a few times, but I still obviously need to be careful, even though I am doubled and all that. This low-level cloud is bloody annoying. I can't see much. Sorry chaps, I'm just going to concentrate for this last 5 nautical miles. Just want to make sure that I am where I need to be. Am I flying VFR? No. I was using autopilot because I was behind me cooking. Oh no, there's no ALS here, Murray. It's a 2,300 foot grass strip in the middle of the Costa Rican jungle.
can't wait, I must break out of line and see myself on the other side.
There we go.
I can't wait, I must break out of line and see myself on the other side. I can't wait, I must break. I can't wait, I must break. I can't wait, I must break.
Whoops, ran out of legs in the grass a little bit there. Whoa, that's a bit of a rough one coming down out of the off the runway. But this is cool as. What a wonderfully handcrafted airport here by Sobo. Bienvenido. Corcovado National Park. There we go, beautiful. Was I the last one down? Yes, I was. Does look like it. What a surprise! Nothing's changed there. Right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pop the link to the Twitch over in the YouTube chat. Going to do a up close and personal of the item that we have reducing, and then I'll see if there is anyone to raid on Twitch for the end of the stream. Right, swap to that one. Cool. So as you can see, it's really, really thick and viscous now, and there's very little liquid. So it's basically in a position where it's ready to almost be turned off and come off the hot plate. All right, so. Ladies and gentlemen, legends of the highest regard. That does bring us to the end of the cooking on the fly. As I, sorry, I've just got things in my eye. So I did just drop the link to Twitch in the chat. So I am going to try and possibly raid someone over on Twitch. No, never mind. There's not really much to raid over on Twitch at the moment, so never mind. We're not going to be raiding any Twitch channels on this evening's stream. So, ladies and gentlemen, legends of the highest regard, that does bring us to the end of Cooking on Fly number 8, Panama edition. Welcome to Sirena Station here in the Corcovado National Park here in Costa Rica. Hope you guys did enjoy the food rather. Did enjoy the flight, did enjoy the scenery, did enjoy sort of everything that was able to be done this evening. Massive shout out to all of the new people who did join us over on Twitch, and to the new subscribers who did join us over here on YouTube as well. Very much appreciated to all of you. To Blake Evo, to Drew, for the exceptionally large and unnecessary donations, guys. Thank you very much. Appreciate it a lot. You are the reason that these Cooking on the Fly, and all of you are the reason that these Cooking on the Flies are able to continue, because they are basically subsidized over 80% by the channel, which just makes it so easy for me to just continue doing them. So I can't thank you guys enough for that. Guys, wherever you are in the world, you make sure that you look after yourselves, stay safe, stay well, don't do anyone I wouldn't do. I'll catch all you guys in the stream soon. Don't forget to give David some love as well if you haven't already. He's going to be streaming soon. But until next time, guys, catch you later. Thank you very much.
Thank you.